Okay, I'm back. Time to resume with a boy's errand. Do a couple quests before I have to go eat. I'm getting hungry already. And I'm also expecting the UPS to come pick up a package. There might be an issue with it. We'll see. So I might get a call from my mom downstairs if there's an issue, because obviously they're picking it up downstairs. So hopefully they just take it and it's smooth. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. You are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urinator told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. She's loath I am to press another task on you so soon, but I ask you to fetch the giant skull. In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. Quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuva. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. No, it so happens I have an errand on my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do not try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. Oh, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Man, I hate this kid. Oh, daylight now. Good morning. Still so far. Here are Hamza chiefs. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavner, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these are recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready, then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Oh my god. It looks so derpy. Oh my god. Whatever, free ride. Spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called whatever. Yes, yes. God, the fucking camera is doing things on its own too. Almost there, thank God. wonder if they purposely had made it so no enemies like come on the road. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am His Excellency. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. But we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days. This remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessors too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? Wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I'm certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. You would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen, thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Cheese Nubs of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea, given the unprecedented nature of the threat. Some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. They got pretty cool lances. The marriage one. I wonder if I'll be able to beat this before I get less than 100. So I forgot where I'm supposed to go buy that. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telefroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. I think I missed a guy over there. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down, on 2 occasions they came in force. We had to pay a heavy price. On the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere, with every nation struggling. We cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, the Rad's at hand ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. It's mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Were you not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamza, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Well, the Hamza appears to want to return home and reluctantly offers you its back. Should you keep... come whatever. Oh, I can... ride it. I should have checked this first, damn it. Whatever, I'll just come back for them. Fucking giant ass birdman. Gonna go this way. Giant ass rad scorpion. Oh wait, are they scorpions? They look weird. No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamza dashes off. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Tipping the scale. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Okay, let me see if I can find this thing northeast. There it is. And another one southeast. Let me see if I can get this one. Now just south. Of course it won't let me fall. This sucks, man. Why did they stop you from... Man, whatever. So I have 5 in the other one. That's more than I thought I had. 3 here. Welcome back, Cheese there. I hope you have the giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. That person running to me? Nope. I'm gonna talk to Heidelin.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope. No words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Oh, Fandaniel.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Gonna kill the elephant.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Yeah, we're gonna be in open water. So I wonder if it will affect her on the boat. All the way up there, damn. Wonder if I can just go from the beach up. Worth the shot, I suppose. Northeast. And there's the tower. Valras. Look like a... My god. They're like walruses or some shit. Northeast. Ignore me. Now he's 200 east. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope of toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Cutscene.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Like a little bubble shield.
It's working! And And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Maybe we'll get to the land then. Yeah.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Is Van Daniel gonna show up?
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
Oh no, what's gonna happen now?
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Yep, there it is. Reminds me of like Alien or Mass Effect.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Well, now they have it too.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old. Stomach.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Asian.
I thought all the Sundered were dead.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Eventually, I was recruited into the Asians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Asian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me. At your service.
Amen. I don't remember Amen. Like Amen? Amen? Sorry about moving the mic.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth, majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet
Echo.
again. Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Sorry, elephant girl. You are returned, but where is Mistress Nidhana? Mensuya preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Back to Thancred. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Thus a trap of rads at hand. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana sob. Can you answer me this? When Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then ... Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales so that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In a report, Mistress Nidhana noted that your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Rad's at Hand for an audience with His Excellency? Cool, maybe I'll get the other, what do you call it? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. This will be cool. Hopefully I get this crystal. Gotta go all the way back up there. I might get all three. Duty, recommendations. Let's just go up here for now. Still just that one. northeast. Wonder if I can get this one from here. Cool. So now I'm at 4. Next closest one is east down there somewhere. Hopefully coming here will allow me to get down there. It almost looks like you can get down. There's a path here on the map. Ouch. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Rats at hand.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidhana, she was taken. ...
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
There a fucking dragon behind him?
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
So he's the real leader?
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Yeah, I ride your dad all the time.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzatan had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzatan.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
You're not even alive.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal, not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rad's Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz-at-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Alright, so I'm back. There's going to be a weird cut. I actually talked when I started this recording, but I'm just going to do it again now. So, something happened. UPS package. I'm not going to get into it. So I stopped recording. Then I ate afterward, and then, yeah. So, that's why it's like a weird little cut. You heard Astro barking, probably. Anyway, so, continuing on. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetherite here before departing, unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. So they don't even let us in yet. It's fucked up. But should be good. Just fast travel here. And I guess this finishes both those quests. So now we have the regrouping. I feel like it was a good idea to go in the order that I did. I feel like it would be weird. Would have been weird to do the other quests first. Or this quest before the one here. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavner, we're back in chilly Charlene. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Ooh, 81. Is that, the last 80? Cool, so we're starting on 81 now. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our prospective locales?
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
Sorry for interrupting you, Stola.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
You sure Alpha Male is in the right group? What if Alizé, she knows a healing spell or two? We can insult one. Let's go with Alpha Male. You sure Alpha Male is in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzat Khan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
I wanna use the bell real quick before I go in. Back here, Ilsabard. Forgot the name already. I can find the bell. Okay. It's cool, I like that. Pugilist, monk, or samurai. Do you have Gil? I thought I remember you saying you nope. Okay. Yeah, 1,500 gil. In the dark of the tower. Wonder if that's a reference to I think it's Stephen King's book, The Dark Tower. I think is what one of his books is called. I'm not sure. They're just coming everywhere, what the fuck? I didn't even pay attention. North? Is there actually one north of here? I'll get this one if I can. Uh-oh. Never mind, I can go down west. There it is. And then east. So am I all tied up now? 5? I am. Cool. 5 and 5. And plop. Oh, God. Sure didn't matter if I used a potion. Our friend of Eorzea, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I'll direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. This is the feature of Aetheryte travel. I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning. However, empathic could have prepared me. What? Aye, no warning. However, empathic could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Barshan, I suppose? Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You are the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Cheese and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Sorry, Alize, you're not coming with. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. Excuse me. If you have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. So it's going to be a dungeon, I assume. Dungeon or duty? Duty dungeon? Dungeon duty? It's a dungeon. Stinian, my boy. Form a party. Alize, nope.
Right then.
Want to hear what they say.
My turn.
What?
My turn.
My turn.
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
My turd. Alright, let's not try to die to every boss. I don't remember if I said earlier, but this place really reminded me of something like from Alien or from, there was something else reminded me of. Forgot what I was gonna say. Alien, and then I don't remember what the other was. Oh, so far just tempered Imperials. Jesus, everyone has so many flashing lights. So Alizé doesn't even come at all. It's fucked up. So Sandcred not gonna move anymore. Summoning. Whoa.
You cannot stop us!
Alright. Time for the first boss. Oh, never mind.
You're mine!
My turn.
Those are their primals. Thought they were gonna be a lot bigger.
You're mine!
It has a lot of AoEs. Okay. Something in Blizzard. That one I don't think we need to go to. That one, yes. There you go. I was gonna say we don't get a chest, man. Damn. I think we were in sync right there. Me and Stinian. Save my Dragon Eye for later. There's only 3 I can probably do my single person combos, whatever you want to call them. Is that Umbral? You guys hold that thought.
This will hurt.
Oh, it's like one of those claws. I haven't seen those in a while. Actually, I don't even remember them as enemies. They were. Maybe one more group of enemies if I'm lucky. I'm kind of getting right there. Oh, no enemies. Cool. This one is tall. Assume I was in a safe zone there. Don't even know what happened to me. I know they fucked up my combo. I don't know what happened to them. They turned for like a second. Whatever. Don't know why they're turning.
My turn.
Nope. One more. Hopefully you don't hear the garage.
This will hurt. You're mine.
Thought there was a path down there for a second. Oh, they're targeting me. There we go.
This will hurt.
Ow, the fuck was that? It's an interesting layout.
You underestimate me!
Almost there. Hope you guys don't hear the garage. Okay, if you do, whatever, there's a lot of noise actually, so this would be the time to hear it. And this guy still has so much HP. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Harbingers elect the Magus Sisters. Hopefully this isn't annoying to run around if I die. Wisdom's Order. Dancred. The fuck did I open, dude? Okay, Stinian, stop moving, please. I don't even know if I should go for anyone else but this one. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. I think I did the wrong thing, probably. How about this one? Hopefully they get weaker. I'm stuck. Thank God that wasn't a one shot. I don't remember if that's the first dungeon. It's expansion, but it was pretty easy. And Alizé, yeah, Alizé was there, yeah.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire?
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stump?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Oh no.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
Could be.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Teleportation?
What happened? Where are we?
The beach.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. You will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksties, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
You know, not really making the boy seem less important by having him lead the soldiers on like that. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Rads at Han for treatment. Alzania Stola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Caught my breath. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle, right? Varshan bade us come to Mega Duda whatever at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Oh wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to go. I need to make a quick detour by the great work we let Graha and the alchemists carry, you see. Best to fetch him before he is crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then? The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Let's go, Estinian. Wonder if I can go this way. It doesn't look like it. East. I doubt if I come up here that I'll get everything. Oh, it gave me everything. Cool. And then still no. Yeah, just that one. Killing it. I wanted to check all the purple's pretty cool. And I saw I got a card, Maga Sisters card. I don't know if I got anything for me. What is this? It looks neat. It's for Dancer. $520 legs. I am missing Huh. I guess they gave me like different bits and pieces. Try it on. I guess you know what too, I'll wait before. Put it on 520 necklace. Cool. Honored Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. Yeah, should I? Okay. Though I have been to Rad's at Hand before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risking getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Okay, come on, Estinian. Just give me the pants. I'll put that down there for now. And then I think the necklace is the only other thing I got. The purple one is pretty cool. I want to remove it. Gonna be purple. Cast glamour on this one. I really wanted a ring. That was over. Well, it didn't even need to be 500. Silver 418. Cool. Wonder if there's any here. Nope, not in here. Let's talk to the attentive Radiant then. Mr. Cheese, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Mega Duda, I should be glad to provide them. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Rad's at Hand. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I'll provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to the fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps. Upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxus Path. Proceed through the large door on the right and you'll arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Did he say the place was closed? So I can't use this? Damn it. Eight minutes. Where does the Stydian have something to say out over there? I didn't think he was gonna get a speech bubble. Yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle. Treasure vault, one of Rad's at Hand's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one, and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. 'Tis a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Thanks for the tip. Oh, that way. Heading to Mega Duda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruvadia fibers, although you're free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way. Another speech bubble. Althavnarian weave, hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Amric would be partial to the gold thread, and the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. If that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Oh, out this way. Wonder if I can get that aetherite. Another one of those lookout orbs. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Mega Duda. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Send these steps, then continue straight ahead, and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. I went the wrong way somehow. I think. Did I? Hang on. Let me go get that airship landing. I think she said to her right. And I went to her left, I think, in my right. So I think I was supposed to come through that door. Yeah. Pretty sure that was the way I was supposed to go. Should have maybe waited. I remember passing by here with Varshan, the situation being as it was. He regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city's confusing, the food is quite good. Partial to Hamza myself, the meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk, squawk. Mega Duda. I wonder if I can still travel through the other aetherites. Well, it seems like you can. So still need 4 more. And then the main big crystal. Greetings and welcome to the Megaduda. May inquire after your business. We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we have been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harnish remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
I feel like Alize's butt looks weird in her new outfit.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
I knew it. Any moment, my character kind of stays behind to leave last. They always want to talk to me.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Midgard Summer and I have crossed paths, yes. I ride him from time to time.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without a cease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Who gives a fuck about Membrata? Yeah, I was gonna say, where's Horsefont? They didn't even show him. He was the first one, I think, who died.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
You noticed you were missing.
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
The Jewel of Thavnair. So what were you and Vitra, I forgot his name already, talking about? Secrets? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to have the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The Color of Joy. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Guess I'll just run that. Might be quicker to go there, excuse me. Ugh. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I'm pretty sure I already got this one, yeah? Yeah, I did, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use that menu right away. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, and then descend the steps. Thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Rad's at hand. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. That's perfect, actually. Because I might go and get all these. If I can. I wonder if I use that spell and then the sprint. it stacks to be even faster. I think it does. Okay, can't get that one. And that's where I'm at, so I need 1 and 2. Walnut dank grass. I don't know if it would be faster to teleport to another aetheryte. Just run to that one. Well, actually, I don't even think I can get to that one. I think I need to be up there. Find some people here. And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger 2 doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. Suspect the others have already collected the warding skills. Come, let us join them. Oh, damn, that way I was going. Yeah, I think I messed up to get that. Oh well. Relaxed, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
You guys gonna have a teleportation spell ready to go with every single group?
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nirhana.
Nidana, you're awake.
Nirhana.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? I was so groggy from sleep, I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh, the flower.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach, a gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
The flower.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Oh, thought I was getting a meanwhile at first. Bald John. Okay, I actually want to see if I can't get this crystal real quick. I think it's the last one I need. Comma. Can't go that way. So come here. And then down this way. I assume that I should have all except the aetherite. And once, whenever it happens in the story, I can come here and get the main aetherite crystal. I didn't read what it said. But yep, that's all of them. Cool. I don't think I ever checked the bell. Still that one blue. Cool earrings. Still didn't level up. Oh, I should have, I guess, fast traveled. Wait a minute. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. Sancred suggested you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Cheese. Crowell apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. What? Well, it isn't much. I changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Archon Loaf. It's kind of like, what do you call it, sort of? Go to sleep. Yeah.
Take heart and protect them well.
We got a bell in here.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Brought McDicks.
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh, you got the Big Mac Grahatia. No pickles, pussy.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Get over it, she wanted to talk to me.
Instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
E.
Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
I was gonna say Alpha Male's a bitch for not eating a burger, but he got pizza.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
Shorty. It would be cool if a Stinian came in, took the one donut, left. We're pushing on until dawn.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Oh, it's the flower. Green. That's me.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
His voice sounds weird.
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news.
Did they change his voice like mid-expansion?
Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
The moon. On wings of hope. Oh, 82. Is this the first 82? It is. Wow, there's only 3 81s. And I get another weapon. Cool. Well, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. Just to make my way back to the studium, as it happens. Wanted to try and speak with Scholar Monty whatever, and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. Turns out he's come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thabner. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Stola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alpha Male can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Oh, Alize's out here. This way. Heading out for a stroll. Scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alpha male of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. But wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Can I not target that? I wanted to practice. The studium? Oh, over here. How close is this adventure? 43 minutes. Still a ways to go. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made the note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Well, most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums. It also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices, and so forth. As a center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, the astromancy, and countless other fields standing proud as Charlene's foremost educational institute. He always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, the youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. ... Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alpha Male actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious masturbator. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? In all respects, I have ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alpha Male level whatever began. You should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. Probably not. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alpha Male, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Monty-chan, whatever. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Okay, I thought I came in here, but I guess not. I thought this was the library place where I was reading books. That was Alpha Male whatever, wasn't it? The Alpha Male? And he's with his sister and Master Baldesion's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch, shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark? Yes, knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Alia Poe should have a better idea. Alia Poe. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me you're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Well, silly me, an orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question, what is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple, everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. I Paisa this, tongue of giant gigatone, what? It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have to work cut out for you. You'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. The only thing I'm interested in is gleaning is information on the Skull-Ark's whereabouts. I beg your pudding. You're not a gleaner then? Then this was on an elaborate ruse. Now wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. Said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha, in the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Skull-Ark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Maybe if you weren't running your mouth, lady. You know, why don't they help? Yes, the Skull-Ark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. I guess this one. There he is. Haven't gotten one of these in a while, so look out. Learners Meet. This public lecture hall and phenomenon is open to studium pupils, Charlian citizens alike. When prominent professors are scheduled to take the lectern, crowds of aspiring academics and established scholars often fill the room to capacity.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Well.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
Unfortunate.
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Time to go to school.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Soul, memory. Corporeal, ether, magic.
The answer is corporeal ether.
Let's see.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Soul, paper. Memories are words. Or writing, I guess.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The, Calamity?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
Alright, I'll kill you, and then you can tell me. After we suck you out of the sea.
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Only for a short while, will you remember?
There are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Jaw-dropping. Why am I so shocked?
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Alright, don't feel yourself so much.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Maybe he's the one who's talking. And like those cutscenes that are like anytime you go anywhere new. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. Your game, clue, whatever would put your artist in really good use. Let's try out this weapon. Yeah. Doesn't do anything cool. Whoops, think it was this one, right? This the big one? Yeah, I should remove these. Cast Glamour, remove. Cast Glamour, remove. Don't remember what this one was either. Oh, that one. Glamour plate. I think it's 18, yeah. Cast Glamour, remove. Cast Glamour, remove. And then I can update the gear set. Then I'm gonna get another chest piece. 525. Well, that's giving me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I'm feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Ali Po and the Scholark suggested, while I share findings with Raha. I don't want to if I don't have to. If it's not a main quest thing or a blue quest thing, I really don't want to do it. Is this her? I think it is her. You need to be level 80. And I think my highest is a level 50 something. Anyway. Don't think I can check the bell yet. 21 minutes. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding skills was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Laminza. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrin. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? What the fuck, man? He's like, why me? You always ask me. Although I think 3 of them stacked on top of each other are taller than her. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Shouldn't have complained though. Vitra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. You're not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it, to Limsa Laminza. Alright, are we really going to Limsa? Sick. 1,000 gil, Jesus. Oh, I guess I can just run there. So, I was told to expect you, as you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seer and the Sultana, 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? I thought it was gonna tell me the cutscene thing for a second. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It's only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. ... But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Anada have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Rad's at hand has given us cause to hope once more. Time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Teleforoi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Teleforoi's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. Do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urinator observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Teleforoi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. At a wager, the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ystola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than it is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefits. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. It's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. Ridge. Ah, man. For honor and glory for the people of Garlemald. For revenge against the Teleforoi. Let's go for honor and glory. Let's be not... I don't want to say the Garlemald one. Couldn't have put it better myself. Stola, Thancred, and Urinator have already pledged their support, and they're on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Ramadan and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Teleforoi so much as draw steel. This rest will keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Gay Albania. Cool to be in places that I don't have to worry about, like Aether, whatever. Ramadan. The Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of our Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best, truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again, ... Words of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Teleforoi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos, were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former Thegatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. If I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Another chess piece. Having a new chess piece. Last one was a weapon. Oh, it's one of these. Not a big fan of those. Is that one, I assume? Gonna have to change the, what do you call it, soon. Getting tired of doing this. Ooh, and a present. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. I might actually get a water, or I'm not might get a water, I am gonna get a water, so I will be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. Other remaining members of the Science, your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through?
By the 12.
A lot of people. You know, I was hoping for a bit more. We're gonna invade a whole ass country.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without me.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Oh, I remember him, sort of.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer.
Maybe it's not him. There was a kid who was... I wonder he's the leader of the Thama whatever
We shall
guild.
provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald.
Forget.
To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild.
Yeah, the Conjurers Guild leader.
With the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
It's the pirate boy.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Anyway, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Looking like Snow White and the Seven Dwarves.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front. It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield. From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
I wish you got a screenshot of that a little bit.
I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinard foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomidsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh, he's coming along.
Ah, yes. Emanelaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
And Grace will prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorois with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
The dragons, please, please, please let it be the steppy dragons.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
It's her. Yay! Aw. What's her name's with them?
Forgive us for coming late.
Serena.
We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
Serena, whatever.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Bunny girl, damn, what the fuck are they wearing?
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
No Yugiri, sad, but at least we got Serena. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Fortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, although their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice ere we embark. We must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That set of warding scales I spy, not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, they'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Heard you got something for us? Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send a Nzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hillfire told me was that you needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Yes. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside the 12s would. The elder seats here, however, has granted me a special permission. She's bidden me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I'll come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world, or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power at Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. And the best one, Serena. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hien and Ugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repair their efforts by ending this war. Oh, a little too close. Do you have a warding scale for me too? Right in your dick. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that it is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. Leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. When you make final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urinator and I. Still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Stadion claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of the scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Is that Tataru? It is. But how? Mahaha, I have my ways, so yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ha, nothing escapes my notice. Aw. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Agmus and Bloom... Oh god, I can't say that. Finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan. Oh, why not? You can keep Cryo company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard whatever did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose, but with them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. I have no idea who they are. I thought they were Mon Breda's parents at first, but I don't think that's them. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone, who shall remain nameless, isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I could do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Let me see that. It's a big ass coat. Alright, let's take a look. Kind of work. Is it level 1? It is. It looks cozy. I wouldn't mind wearing it. But good enough. Don't want to go do the, what do you call it? The frosty reception. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. It's probably Sid. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Oh, is it It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it'll be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Did you say not the only? Whoops. Oh, okay. For that reason, the company is committed to the... Okay. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, we'll ready the engines. Okay, I'm ready. Garlemald's up north, but remember, so we're gonna get rid of some of these clouds.
Ilthibard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
I like that there's a whale there.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Oh, am I going to have to play as Thancred, I wonder? I hope that's something they get rid of in this expansion. Or got rid of, playing as other people other than yourself. I hate it.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Of course. Twin battle you fight as Thancred. Reduces damage taken, attack, presence, master presence, making it impossible for most enemies to detect you. Cannot be cast while in combat. Oh, do I need to talk to you first? Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Side. Get that. Where do I gotta get to? Throw a bomb that confuses senses of guard dogs and tries them and has no effect on previous soldiers or magitech weaponry. Ah. Good night. Let's see where they move next. There's an Imperial there.
Must be losing my touch.
Okay, I'll kill this thing. Is this not a magitech? Guard dogs and your... Oh. Has no effect on magitech. I thought it had effect on everything but the, what do you call it? Each has a priest soldiers on target as a magitech weapon and guard dog to their attack. Oh, I should have been using that the whole time. I messed up. Now I know better. There's the guard dog. This is an AoE.
Damn, spotted.
Wait, I thought... Okay, so I should just avoid these altogether. Got it. Wait for that one to walk away. Further. Cool. Find a place to hide and relay your progress.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Get rid of this guy when the thing turns around. Zooming by. Oh, how far does that guy come? Oh god. Dude, it came out pretty far. So do they go around? So is he gonna come forward? And that one's gonna go back, I think. Yeah. This is gonna be hard. I might have to throw a bomb at one of those dogs. Maybe it might be better to go this way and attack this dude. When he comes back. Okay, so it's hard. Okay, let me go back this way. I think I need to get this one over here.
Seven hells.
This one, at least. Hopefully that one doesn't notice back there. Okay. Wait for that cooldown to reset. Can use the bomb on the guard dog after this one moves. Okay, he's over there. Might be able to get that guy. Okay, the Magitech thing is still over there. I could probably just kill him too. Don't think I will though. Why don't you slash your bitch? For sure we'll have to get rid of the dog. Shit, he caught me. Alright, come this way then. Doesn't work no more. Yet. Okay, cool. That was only a little bit awful. Just happy I didn't have to restart.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few months later, at the rear of the Ilsabard contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Dogs.
Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Oh, I'll fight as myself. Wonderful. Who? Just Aru.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Do I stay here? I guess I'll move up here.
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger.
Yeah.
Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Oh. Here, I give you guys a boost.
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that?
Nope.
Get to the front and turn the tide.
Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line, they're going to play as Y'shtola.
not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
Just didn't even fuck that guy up. Alright, well let's see what he does here. Oh, police, maybe? Is he hurt?
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Let them have it!
Yeah, they're kind of fucking me up.
Do not fall behind!
What's her name came in? Damn, we're really jumping on her. This must be the strongest bitch in all the land for all wailing on her like this. Did the wrong move. Bruh. Just follows you around everywhere.
Tremble before the sun.
I don't know what to do. Cool.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death. Sadu Hatun.
Aw.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Looks stinky.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken.
Gideon looks like the father of Alpha Male.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solace single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Guard the mold.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Broken glass. Camp broken glass. Unbelievable. What? Kukuli? No, cool. Any Aetherites close by east? I'll get it real quick, why not? Northeast. Oh, right there. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace, just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with the palpable aura of malevolence. Whatever. Till the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy, even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. So the next closest one is 400 north. Oh, I wanted to see the get the Aether currents here. Garlemald. There's 3 more locations. One of them's the moon. Don't know the other 2. You'll be pleased to know most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. Do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may long be gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that's clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems they may have left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there's no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. There are survivors. We will surely find them. I don't know, that's funny, but it's also kind of bitchy, I feel. If there are any survivors, I will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Frosty reception. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how would we fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. Makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. Oh, I have to talk to you. What ho, chums? Been giving something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you asked, we're to scour the Eblan Rhine for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Northwest. Northwest. Damn it. I'm not going that way. Startled me a little bit. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do I see? Over yon hillock. There's no mistaking it, that's a girl. Survivors, show me. Over there behind that tree, it looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go and Godspeed. It didn't look like a path down to me, but I guess it is. It just kind of... Oh, alright. Oh, this tree? Oh, northeast. Trail of fresh footprints lead east. Damn it. How close is this Aether current? North. Damn it, man. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Surveying. Very long survey bar. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. If you'd call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. What was that right there? Oh, it's a person. Backing away. If those beasts spot me, I'm done for. Don't fucking attack me. This is it, the final spurt. I swear to God, some bullshit happens. Approach the girl in green. Sprint at her. Phew, still in one piece. And now I kill her. She's gonna be so shocked when she turns around. Who are you? Stay back, this house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alpha Male, this is my sister Alize and our good friend Cheese. We had no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else, I give you my word. Me and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telephoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telefroi's influence? Are there any others like you? Sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. That's how I've managed to stay sane. I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, but I didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Asenia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes. Yes, do as you will. Dot, dot, dot. Can they be trusted? Tracks in the snow. Miss probably... I didn't even think to check the Aether current. If there was any to even do. Southwest. Get a leg thingy. Sorry, I was still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. So you can tell they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Let me talk to Alpha Male. You guys got radios? I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emina Lane's whatever tinctures. The ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure that everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? Never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What Mahina that remains, is it Mahina? That word? That remains operational. Cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia engines, whatever. It's full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All's well, yes, never better. What sweet libation is this? Is it poison, by any chance? Haha, 'twas a joke, Ha ha ha. Ha ha. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, and they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I pled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Is this a girl? I think it's a guy. What do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't seem to have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amanus, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amanus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. He dead. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw the Gatus, or whatever, troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it? And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to. The Senia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? Voice from inside, you say. You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps the baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, while the animals have been roaming closer to the settlements, some have been known to attack people too. I just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Gatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. That's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. The offer still stands, that is. And I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. You best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier just to look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. I don't think they would betray us. But someone's obviously there. Oh man, we're not going north. Oh, there's one south. At least. Southeast now. No, just east. On the motherfucking pipe, dude. God damn it. Who goes there? How did you find us? I think there's another one nearby. What do you mean? I stand out like a sore thumb. If the purebloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here and demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. Capital's gone to shite. So they resort to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sell sword. If you think we'll give into intimidation, they've got another think coming. Oh, unfortunate. Wonder if I'm gonna kill him. Nope, doesn't look like it. Maybe they just retreated. Is there another one that's nearby? Southeast. Yeah, I thought I heard it when I was talking to him. Oh, you know what I haven't checked? Our recommendations. No blues yet. There you are. Just after you left, Lacinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den? Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any god's damn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean. You were bought here from other lands. Gir Albania, Yanksha, Bosnia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others sped bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. The old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped, more or less unscathed, is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if the pit's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. You can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being, long as there's a need for ceruleum. Find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good? Be cool if I got a flashback from one of them. Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. What of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. I'm guessing this isn't a sanctuary. New pants. So you become seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoils sent you? To turn up to their enemies for help? They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister, but we only saw Lysinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever it was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. May have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think of why Lysenia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. So how far? It's a ways away. East. It has to be that pipe one. I don't think I can get back to it or get up there from that little section. Pretty sure I gotta go up these stairs and then go down the pipe. Which I'll go ahead and do. Only 2. This looks like a... Actually, never mind. Thought it was gonna be a sketchy jump. Okay, and then back we go. And northwest is this one. Still no blues. Still level 82 quests. Also, I don't know why Alzace can't think of a reason why. Like, I mean, we're the enemy, pretty much. She doesn't trust us, clearly. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alpha Male would still be treating them by the fire, but there's nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. They kidnap Alpha Male? Let's take a look at the... Well, no sign of nothing here. Did you beat him up? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me, caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. Fear they fared rather worse than me. Can't fool us, we know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help, what rot all a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, the Cine was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. Clinking glass. Clinking gas? There are beasts everywhere, how could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot say how the Cine and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Dumbasses. Two sets of fresh footprints, young woman, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alpha Male's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Oh man, this big ass. I'll just follow the footsteps. I'll go this way. Oh, something there. Fresh blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Is there anything more down here? Northwest. I wonder if she's gonna die. Two bodies are already cold.
blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Gone.
No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There's been something we could have done, but what? She would have never come here. Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Oh, is Toasty missing? Just realized. A way forward. Excuse me. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. What we can do for now is to make a report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Back home, huh? I hope this... Is this a sanctuary? Does this count as a sanctuary? I'd assume. It does. Okay. It's these pants. 525. Okay, and I don't think I have anything else. I've already put the necklace on. No, nothing else. Okay. I can cast the glamour, hopefully. Yep. Okay. Wait, which one did I click? Cast glamour. Remove. Cast glamour. Remove. Update gear set. Bada bing, bada boom. We're good to go. Still no blue quests, it looks like. either. Nope. Alzane and Alpha Male tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it.
Thought Nerva was a girl.
Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Russia.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Popularis determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Senator Palpatine.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor.
They truly are the Star Wars faction.
From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Radio.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Jullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I'll go.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Alpha male, we need a healer.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
Yeah,
We've
why?
seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
Man, I don't need both of you.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you two go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Alright, let's see what goes down. You'll be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Dancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I will expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Take him on a motorcycle, though. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé and he's Alpha Male. And last but not least, there's Cheese. Cheese, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alpha Male and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run. So you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Okay. Ready to make a dash to the station? Yeah, sure. Northwest. I guess I don't really have time for a, what do you call it? It kind of follows me around. Makes my moves. Post, it's not at the Teta, whatever. Going a little too fast for them. Northeast. I hope it's in this building. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good, looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Demorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? Yep. Let me go north real quick. Damn it, how do I get up there? I really gotta go pee. I'll be back, and then I'm gonna do this last quest, and I'm probably gonna take a break, so be back. Okay, I'm back, and I don't think I ever opened the... yeah. Can't execute at this time. Oh, because I'm on the bike. I don't know where the fuck did it go. There it is. Hopefully I get a sanctuary soon. The last bastion. From here, we'll be heading northeast. Keep to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Cool, don't have to follow no more. North. Can I go like this way? Get it? Excuse me. They had cars? Southeast. It's gonna be in this fucking place. Oh, thank God I can get in. North. I'll stick to this. We're probably going there, which is cool enough. See why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent, has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. People would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently, try to reason with them, were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. The said one was north, right? Yeah, okay. And even more. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. I meant What I said, these people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only had a desire to remain undiscovered. That is still the higher priority. Should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Northwest. So I'm definitely getting to level 90 before I even finish this. It's just a matter of like what level quest I'll be. Probably like 84, 85 maybe. Tempered Imperial. And they form is ugly. Thought they were like a monster. I mean, they are a monster, but like a animal, I mean. Like what they have become, would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have these monstrosities, seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Bitch, we can cure those who, like, you know, just haven't been under the influence long. Oh, thought we were going to that aetherite. It's probably underground or some bullshit. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine this way. This is the Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. See if they don't try some bullshit. Theodora. Damn it. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius, or is it Julius? Or Julius, was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Alright, well, let's talk to him. And then I'm gonna take a break before I actually talk to the commander. Unless it goes into a cutscene, which it does like that.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well.
Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith?
Because you guys are
That
dicks.
we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest blacks the nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. Let's do this. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. Say that then.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Well, you're in the military, you should know about like propaganda.
Yes, sir.
Although maybe he's not high up the chain enough. Who knows? Smoked ganja. So no blue quests? Nope. 82. Alright. I will be back in a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. So, penis. Okay, I am back. To talk to Julius, not Julius. As for Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here at Interdium. But you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. Do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shot collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. Do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alpha Male and Alizé will pay the price. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business you brought here, you best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, war Garleans, could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at a cost of its normal function. Maybe we'll get them power and then I'll be able to use the aetherite. So cold. Mender. Damn, fuck you too, bitch. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll, ugh. Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot. Within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. And then the roar, the terrible roar. Capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. It's you, Cheese Nubs. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as they were nothing to you. As though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Can do a lookout from here. Terratium. Terratium is the third station along the rail network which serves the imperial capital of Garlem Mald, equipped as a dispatch yard with generators and other facilities. It was taken over and fortified by the remnants of the First Legion following the city's fall into ruination. There might be another thing here. Northwest. Don't know how to get it from here. Radio is the same model as the one used in Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please will you help me tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. Me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs. We can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. We can hold on a little longer. The situation is sure to change. Everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telephoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. The Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 5th Legion saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined attack on the Telephoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. He said no. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. Sigh, you lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you'll follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Oops. His park. Oh, level 83 now. And I get a hands armor. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urban whatever. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of the station. We are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Alright, so back up the station. I don't know why these guys are chilling up here. Why not just go back down? Aether current. Don't care that you bitches are there. I'm going to get this shit. West. Plot. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Mahina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see then, with your permission, we will commence the search. Oh, did I get any, not that. Did I get any blues? No blues. There's Julius up there. Alizé, I think I see one on the slide there. Cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. Or Julius said. Oh, no, look out. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with the battery weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Can look out from here. Forum Soleus. It was in this square that Emperor Solus inspected his troops before embarking upon his second campaign into the Far East. The Imperial legions were ultimately successful in their subjugation of the kingdom of Dalmasca, and the officials celebrated the grand victory by transforming the parade ground into a commemorative public park. Wait, am I all the way up here already? Wait, there's not even a crystal? Oh wait, there's a crystal down there. Stupid. This is like the very north east. It's an enemy. Anything down here? Something over here. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Okay, is this one gonna be like up here? Up there. Close. I didn't think it was gonna be on the same side as that one. The one that was down in that stall. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius, the pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. So, like, all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. Be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? Suppose it must have been, come to think of it, for I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. Can't see a thing, I can't remember where the hatch might be. The machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, whatever, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now? Alpha male, as you have a knack of finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of river fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. Nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. Or inane, I don't know what he said. So fancy a dip. Step aside while I drink the pond dry, that way we'll find it in no time. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. Can't fault your enthusiasm though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method with Alpha Male's help. Delve into the mucky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult the ice, whatever. Chill to the bone. Empty-handed again. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. C. You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank for Crip. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become actually aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every limb of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Did you find anything? Snip, snip. I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. And the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alpha Male a hand. Look at him helping us. Call me an old Don because we're by fire. And reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. Appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you hadn't taken the time to discuss the plan. Wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all is well that ends well. Julius, she mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again, those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. So, some hand gear now. It's better. No good deed. Alright, now that you recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. To the west. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge, decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. According to ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Okay, well, we won't check that one. Ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel in its tank it may hold. So let's go ahead and use one. After successfully removing the war machine's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it to be completely empty. West. Wonder how much. 150 that way. Empty. Okay, well, let's use the bomb. Retrieve the war machine's ceruleum tank to find it's still half full or half empty, depending on one's perspective. The Ray Julius will surely be pleased by your discovery. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Surely luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back right here while I go and see how Alizé and Alpha Male are faring. Okay. Cutscene.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise.
They're gonna get shocked.
This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Guess he didn't notice. Cool.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Yeah, kind of wanted to go get that Aether Current.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
The armor?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
Uh-huh.
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eulus spoke?
Eulus?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Do as he says.
Get them out of here.
Alpha and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. Smoke the ganja. Aaliyah, like, what? You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there's something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. The what? The eel? You again. Ask the eel, he said. Heh, 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 sigh. So that's to be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. So it's the, I'm guessing they're gonna overthrow the guy. What do you want with me? She gave me the sassy hand, I think. Ask the eel, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. West. Oh wait, I should do the hand thing here. It's this one, right? Item comparison 525. Whoops, didn't mean to jump. Equip. So it's already equipped, I suppose. I'm just missing a head. What do you call it? Cast Glamour. Remove. Cast Glamour. Remove. Update gear set. I guess I should sort. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now, like it or not. We have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. CB is going to try to kill me. Southwest. It's a blue ghost. Automated death machine. Julius lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Wait here.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate.
Seems he knows about the radio thing.
When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Aw, brother, sister. Oh my god.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
I think it's a big fat no.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realise it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
Shock. Maybe not.
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
One of them's gonna die in this expansion.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Dinian.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement.
It's dying. I hope this doesn't fucking make my mic go stupid plugging this in. Plug into my computer. Fun computer noises.
'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared.
Is he gonna Sudoku?
Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Oh, he is. Someone's gonna stop him. Nope, or not.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Don't tell me he, like, somehow killed everyone in there as well. He better just have taken himself out. Oh my god. Getting shot of that. What a dumbass. Much more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. And there's the head. Oh, enhanced life surge. Does that mean I get 2 of these bitches? I do, 2 F4s. So where am I on this actually? Let me sit on the motorcycle so I don't waste the marijuana. So actions. So I've got all these. That means there's no other thingies there. Level 90. 74 high jump, already got that. So level 90. Looks like the last one. I get. Tracanian Fury is this, I believe. Roll. Traits. That's it. I just got 2 more. Oh, level 88, yeah. Wow. Increases the potency of Garrick Skull, whatever. In Strand. Allows for the sharpening of the first mind's focus upon successful landing. Rain thrust. Tracanian Fury up to a maximum of 2 units. Don't know what that means. And then there's so one more trait, one more action. Wormwind thrust. Sonic thrust. So I'm assuming it's the AoE. So it's gonna Z, Shift Z, Control Z. I'm running out of Z's. Maybe I should do like Z, Shift Z, and then like another one here. I don't know what I'd use though. Running out of buttons and ideas for buttons. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in the carrier were left to go hungry, a reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius and come back to the station. Have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alpha Male and Alizé and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Now you're my prisoner, bitch. Oh my god, a blue quest? That's crazy. I didn't think I was gonna ever get one again. From the pursuit of power. I just see what I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rhyme in what? Of Ishgard. I've been put in charge of our arrangement with Tapper's Den, you see. However, the very first of the Tappers to come bearing Ceruleum has asked quite a lot of us. If I do say so, they wish for our help in getting Juturna Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's a Garlean. I was convinced the only engineers left in Tapper's Den were from conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping to make the call. I thank you for your willingness to assist. Let us go and speak with the Tapper in question, then. He's a man by the name of Appius. Where the fuck? So am I all the way down to the southeast? I am. I suppose you must be the friend Rimonod wanted to fetch? Yeah, my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand, I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my proffered deal would be a boon to us and that those Sabard contingent alike. I used to work on Return to Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. Always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted, and that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I'd be of some real use to them, and everyone else, if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? Seems just trustworthy to me. He seems trustworthy to me. That's what I meant to say. Yes, I'd been leaning to the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal, I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect I can talk that I want to see you driven out. Less reason in any case. Assisting us with the use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the ceruleum engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. Excuse me, you are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect. Then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with the proper inspection then. We can get to work as soon as you're ready, Cheese. Oh, I thought we were gonna go already. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. If we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. Oh, okay. Alright, well, let's get going, buddy. I think it's cool that we'll get some Star Wars people on our side. Amender. Repair all. Cool. This one there. Don't know where the third would be. Smoke the ganja. And in there. Praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to apprise Ryman whatever of our progress first. Are you still following me? Oh shit, okay. I was gonna say, I hope, I was wondering if switching class would make him leave, so I don't even want to try it since it's like a low level. How are our engines? Last, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later, should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. Swear it on my integrity as an engineer, you are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead, or you lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I notice you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break. No, will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from Pros and Climbs myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well. On behalf of the camp, I firmly ask you to repair the ceruleum engines. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit. I knew you'd come around. Cool. I get a quest for Garlean area. And can't fast travel there. Suppose I'll look for this one, northwest, huh? Probably be more up here. Although I do want to get up there, just in case. We're probably, yeah. Gonna have to go around. Oh, it better not be on the fucking freeway, man. Just west now. There it is, thank God. I have a feeling Garlemald is going to be a place where I'm going to be able to get all the Aether Currents. Like in one, like, whatever. Like the first visit, probably. Because I only need 4 more of those bitches, and then a lot more of the class ones. I'll actually head towards the camp too, because going west I'm sure will come at a later time. Oh, this one's just north. I'll go for this one though. Maybe this way. Northwest. It's probably up there, some shit. Just west now. Maybe not. South in here. Okay, I guess I just had that one blue one. This is west, I'm not gonna get it. Northeast, huh? I'll go for it. No, just east. East. Northeast. Of course, you're up there, man. Fucking highway having ass bitches, ignore me. Crazy. I think I need one more now. Of these anyway, the green ones. South. Maybe not. How many? 2 more. Suppose I'll get this one real quick. It's not too much of a fuss. Southeast. Southwest. There it is. So the last one should be all the way west. And I'll get it when it takes me closer. Yeah, 800 west. Not today. Or right now, at the very least. Also, I think Toasty told me he should be home in an hour and a half, 2 hours soon, so I may just cut the recording short. When he gets home, I don't know if I'll play more. I may just stop. It's already going to be 11. I think I have like about 6 hours worth, I think, of a video now, so it's quite a bit. And those take quite a long time to upload. I'll render that tonight, upload it tomorrow, and then tonight I'm going to be uploading yesterday's gameplay. Should start the stream for him too. I need to go pee, so after this, I guess. Cheese and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. He did. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Aye, aye. Speak with... Who the fuck are you? Saba... Can I attune to this now, please? You bitches are way out here. Wait, now I just need the one, right? Yeah, a lot more blue quests. I don't think I completed a quest, so no more blues have shown up yet. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it, to think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. There's a chance I might see them again. I'll take it, so take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum's also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there will be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Sorry, popping my knuckles. Oh, someone's gonna say no. Who is it? Let's see what Estinian has to say about this. I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'd gladly oblige. The Temple Knight. Is this the blind dude? Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages, after a while the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. And then here... Oh, alpha male. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Leminzen friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Alright, take care of the riffraff. I'm actually gonna go pee right here. I'll be back. I'm back. You know what I forgot to do is try and see if I could attune to the Aetheryte. The dude said it was working, so let's see how true that is. Perfect. Was worried I was gonna have to finish this quest first. Thank God I did not. Oh wait, is this cool? Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen a little boy with the hair similar shade to mine? He's my son, and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. Next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather, goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house to the north. Whatever, Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think. What with the color of his hair and all. That way, huh? It's kind of perfect the way he's taken me. So it must became available after I talked. So, are there any others? Just that one, I guess. It's cool that it's number 2 though. So it's 2 more blues after this, and then the main quest. There he is. Another blocked street. Who are you? Mother sent you? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. God damn it, man, you interrupt my fucking thing. What does that do to me? Deadened nerves are sometimes preventing the execution of actions. Another block street. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna skip this. The boy with the sky blue hair has made as good escape. You had best resume your search for this, oh, whatever, youth. Please tell me he went east so I can get that zone. You can't see, but I actually pointed at the map. Like you could see. Stop following me. Scan the boy with the guy, will likely be looking over your shoulder for signs of trouble for now on. With a weary sigh, you resume the hunt. Another one of these. Oh, you're up to no good. Gasp. Perhaps I lost her. Yeah, maybe you did. This way's blocked too. Going home no matter what. Must have been the wind. Totally. Unfair that he can walk by that. There's no way he's level 93. Hey, would you start running again so we can get on with this? Am I too close? Damn it, man. These quests fucking suck. God, why does he start walking? Might as well just wait here, because he's gonna do his fucking turn around. Oh my God. You know what? I got caught there, actually. Yeah, the wind. This can't be. Thank God. No, we're home. It was here, right here. You again. Leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house, bigger and better than the old one. Yeah, let's maybe sure to remember that he's the only child and knows no better. You should find him before he comes to harm. I should let him die. Ow, excuse me. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? How would your mother feel if something were to happen to you? Welcome home. Welcome home.
You need help, and I'm offering it.
I was gonna do how would your mother feel if something were to happen to you?
Yeah, you little shit.
Yeah. I hate this kid. I hate these quests. Sniffle. I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. The mother's worried I should go back to the station.
I hated chasing this dumbass kid, dude.
Yeah.
My god, I died like so many times. Not died, but got caught.
Yeah, I got caught once. I thought I got too close and it was making noise, but it turns out he just tries to catch you anyway, regardless of how far you are.
Yeah,
So.
he's a little bastard.
Welcome home.
Welcome home. I'm at one monitor.
You're at one monitor?
Yeah, I had a long surge protector, so I'm running it from my bathroom.
I see.
I want to cry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, I just want to cry.
Don't cry.
Cry a little bit.
Don't cry.
Just a little.
No. I was wondering when I would see you again. I'm happy to see you report my son has returned, poor creature. You should have seen him, tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? What? He was attacked by that horrid Magitech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite a shock for my little man. Thank for you to coming to his rescue. There is a salutary lesson to be gained from all this, the one that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be a friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist. Welcome home.
Bum, 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 bum.
Bum.